Mr. Conway?
Yes, you did, but I'll do it.
Thank you.
Actually, I did it the last time.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll start with public participation. Dr. Joyner and Dr. White.
Okay. Dr. Joyner, are you ready?
There will be 2 minutes per person. And when I call time, you can complete your sentence and you should stop after you complete your sentence.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner.
Our first speaker is Heiklis Williams. Ms. Williams, you may speak.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Good
I would
evening.
like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Tracy for offering us the $25 an hour for the Paras Who Work the Summer program. She called me the other day and communicated that with me, and we were very happy to hear that announcement. And we just want to say thank you, Dr. Tracy, very much for doing that for us. Thank you.
That concludes hands that are raised.
Thank you, Dr. White. So we move into the approval of the board meeting minutes, May 24th and June 2nd.
Madam Chair, motion to approve the board minutes of June 22nd.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Is there a second? Mr. Wilcox,
Second.
discussion? Mr. Wilcox?
Just one correction. I believe the motion needs to be amended to June 2nd, not June 22nd.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll amend the motion to approve the minutes of June 2nd. June 22nd is not here yet.
And May 24th.
And May 24th, my birthday.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Golson,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Conway,
Yes,
and Dr. White. The students are not in the waiting room?
No, they are not.
Okay. And I am a yes, and so that motion passes. Before I go into the next item, I received a question from a board member that concerns this agenda item and it implicates the legal advice that the superintendent received. And so before we go any further, I would like to move that we go into executive session to discuss this legal advice on a personnel matter. And I would
Second.
invite Dr. Tracy, Attorney Alexiadis, and Attorney Mooney.
Second.
Point of order, Madam President. If you're going to discuss a personnel issue, doesn't that person, that employee have the right to participate in that discussion?
It's not to discuss the actual candidate or personnel. It's to discuss the legal advice. So she does not have to be, the person does not have to be in the executive session. And I discussed this with Attorney Mooney earlier today.
I'd like to be a little clearer on what we're going to be discussing in this meeting. Are we going to be discussing the investigation that was conducted?
We're gonna be discussing the legal advice that was shared with Dr. Tracy regarding a personnel matter. I can't get into discussing the item. That's the point of going into executive session. So right now, we need to discuss whether or not we can go into executive session to discuss it. Because otherwise, we cannot discuss it.
And you're suggesting that this is one of the 4 or 5 items that FOI says that you can discuss in executive session.
I discussed it with Attorney Mooney, and yes,
Okay, thank you, Madam President.
thank you.
Madam President, I second the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Motion has been properly seconded. Any further discussion?
Do we need to get a special link?
I believe that Ms. Hannon sent the link just a
She sent
couple
the link.
minutes before the meeting started. So we have the link in our email. Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Okay,
This is not on the agenda, so do we have to amend the agenda in order to go into executive session to discuss this?
no, not what I'm told, that we have to amend the agenda because the personnel report is on the agenda. And so it's a matter that we are discussing. Mr. Wilcox?
And this was also something that we went over in our retreat last week, which the Attorney Mooney and Attorney Alexiades both talked about. Receiving of legal advice is something that we're able to do, and that the board can go into executive session as needed with the proper vote to do so.
I understand.
Whether or not it's on the agenda.
I understand.
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Wilcox.
I don't know how we could add an item to the agenda without having an item officially added to the agenda. There is no executive session listed on the agenda to discuss the personnel report. That does not exist on our agenda.
The personnel report is listed on the agenda, and therefore we can go into executive session if we vote to go into
Understood.
executive session.
Understood. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Okay, seeing no further discussion. Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Conway,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Bolton,
Yes, with reservations.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I am a yes. And so we will move into executive session. The links are in your email.
Which means we have to leave this meeting and then go
You
into
have to
that?
leave this meeting, go into the executive session, and then we'll come back.
All right.
We're just waiting for this, so we'll give him a minute to come back in. Okay, so we're out of that executive session. No votes taken at the executive session, except that I will move to again go into executive session to discuss the transfer of an administrator. Mr. Wilcox,
Second.
any discussion? Mr. Bolton?
Madam President, I'd just like to remind this board that that's what I suggested we do in the first place. I think we wasted 15 minutes when we could have been dealing with this issue then.
Point of
What's
order.
that?
That's,
Point of order.
Madam President, there's
Thank
no
you, Dr.
point of order
Joyner.
on
Mr.
this. Come
Mr.
on now.
Bolton? Dr. Joyner?
My point of order is that we're trying to do some serious business here. We're not trying to call attention to.
That's not a point of order, Madam
Thank you,
President. That's not a
Dr.
valid
Joyner.
point of
You're out
order.
of order, Mr. Bolton.
Madam
Let's
President, that's
just
not a
vote
valid.
on going back into executive session.
I have a. Madam President,
Mr. Bolton,
Madam President, I have the right to discuss this issue. I'm discussing this issue because
discuss the issue.
because I was dismissed without so much as a discussion around whether or not we should do what I suggested we do in the first
That is
place.
not true. The problem is you want to call attention to yourself. That's not true.
Madam President,
Thank
that
you,
was
Mr. Bolton.
inappropriate. That was inappropriate.
Oh,
Madam
that was
President?
inappropriate.
That was inappropriate, Madam President, and out of order.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Bolton. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I actually don't believe it's necessary to go into executive session. The superintendent has made a recommendation around the transfer of an employee. It appears that if we don't honor her recommendation, that we're assuming executive and administrative authority. And we actually hired a superintendent to make decisions like this. And it will be consistent with a pattern of micromanagement that many school boards unfortunately undertake. And I think that we should vote on the matter at hand. I think it's a waste of time to go into executive session when she has done her due diligence, made a recommendation. And we can't continue the pattern of second guessing her appointments as well as her administrative decision. The time to deal with that is when we evaluate the superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Dr. Jackson?
I disagree with my colleague, Dr. Joyner. We are going into in executive session to gain clarity. This is not second guessing Dr. Tracy, because she is going to do what, as the superintendent should do. But this is for clarity. And I think this board should vote to go in executive session for clarity, because no one is clear. Well, at least I'm not, because I have nothing. So.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Mr. Bolton?
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I'd like to second your motion to go into executive session to discuss this matter. Secondly, I would like to ditto Dr. Jackson's comments. It's about getting information. Thirdly, I'd like to also remind this board that we did receive an email from the staff person saying that we could discuss this issue issue in executive session rather than in public. And we're honoring that request by doing this. I support us going into executive session to finish the discussion on this. Thank you, Madam President.
For the sake of the minutes, Mr. Wilcox, didn't you second this motion to go into executive session? Or was that a previous motion?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry, I
just-
missed that.
No, it's fine. I just want to make sure the
Okay.
recorder has it. Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, so the vote is to go into executive session to discuss the transfer of an administrator. Mr. Wilton,
Yes.
Mr. Conaway,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner. Dr. Joyner?
No, because I think it undermines the authority of the superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
and I am a yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that we have the votes to go into executive session. Same thing, leave this meeting. Mr. Wilcox, do you have a question?
One question is, did you specify who was going to be joining the executive session? I
I'm
don't
sorry.
recall.
No, I just assumed we all knew it was the same people. Attorney Alexiadis, Attorney Mooney, Dr. Tracy, and the board members. Thank you for reminding me. So we leave this meeting, use the same link.
Attorney Mooney, you leave this meeting and use the link that Ms. Hannons had sent you before.
Um, We're missing someone? No, we're on. Okay, so we're out of executive session, back in regular session, no votes were taken at the executive session. And so we can move forward with the agenda, and the item was the approval of the superintendent's personnel report. Actually, Dr. Tracy, it's your report and the organizational start, so you can start the conversation with the report.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. I present, I present the superintendent's personal report for approval. I just want to also say that you will see a lot of transfers on this because we made every effort to place the displaced teachers from West Rock and Quinnipiac and to find placements for them. So you'll see a lot of names on there also.
Thank you. Dr. Joyner,
I move to accept the superintendent's personnel report.
a second. I'll second. Any discussion? Mr. Goldson,
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we separate out the first item on the agenda, the reassignment of Ms. Laura Robley.
Does it say that?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Dr. Joyner, did you have a question?
No, that's, I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask you all that if you've not been called on to speak, to please mute yourself so that we're not hearing any background noise or grunts or whatever. Mr. Conaway?
Does that motion need a second?
Yes.
I second it.
Okay, any discussion? No discussion? Mr. Bolton?
We're discussing the amendment, is that correct?
The amendment of the, yes,
Okay, thank
to
you.
remove the item. See no discussion, we'll vote on removing this item, the transfer of Laura Robley from the personnel report. Mr. Bolton,
Yes,
Dr. Jackson. Dr. Jackson,
Yes, yes, yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
No,
Dr. Joyner,
No,
Mr. Conway,
Yes.
students are not here, Mayor Elicker,
No.
and I am a no as well, so that motion fails. So then we go back to the motion to approve the personnel report. Mr. Bolton,
thank you, Madam President. I'm going to have to vote no on this report. Though I see some good hires on here and some real focus on bilingual, using the ESSER funds, and I have a whole bunch of questions, but I'm not even going to ask them at this point because I'm more focused on the issue that I think is probably most important on this blue sheet at this point, and that is the reassignment of Ms. Laura Robley. I'm first going to ask, Madam President, I want to put on the official record here that I am requesting a copy of the investigative report on the allegation made against Ms. Robley, including all documentation around the allegation, emails, any other documents related to this investigation, and of course, the final report. And the reason why I'm doing that is because we have been given a briefing on what happened, but we don't have the documentation around that. And I'd like to see exactly what happened, because apparently the allegation has been confirmed in the investigation. Clearly that's the case because this person is being reassigned and demoted. And it's concerning to me that there hasn't been any public discussion around this issue. I believe in restoration. I believe in second chances. I believe in forgiveness. I'm a Catholic. You know, you could ask for forgiveness on your deathbed, and you have to be forgiven. So I don't have a problem with that, but I haven't heard or seen any mea culpa, any admission of guilt and a request for forgiveness on this issue. And this is not just about the 2 or 3 people that this slur was made to, but it's about all of the parents and the students in that district who are affected by that language in that school, and all of the parents and the teachers and the students in this district and employees in this district who are affected by the slur. As an African-American male who was raised in this country, no matter how many times the Republicans try to say it doesn't exist, systematic racism exists. We know it. We know, we have gone to interviews where we've been told, where we know that we were one of the best candidates, but because we weren't the white candidate, we weren't the candidate. We know that. We can't prove it, but we know it. So when we have cases where it's actually proven, where the person has used that word, and no matter what capacity they used it in, if it was used in a negative capacity, it just proves again that it exists. And I'm not quite sure how we could support moving a person from one building to another in a district that is majority minority after using that slur, how that person could serve as a leader without any real restoration process in place, a request for forgiveness and a real movement towards making sure that it's sincere. You know, one of my fellow colleagues said that they would probably support this person if this request was brought to us after that process is completed. I probably would too, but for some reason this is being rushed along, and we're not getting a public accounting on it. And you know, there's been concern about whether this person's name would be, as someone said in our executive session, dragged through the mud. Well, the fact is, we're not dragging through the mud this person's
Order, Madam Chair.
Dr. Joyner?
We're not supposed to have conversations about what's said in executive session.
The point was well taken, Dr. Joyner. Mr. Goldson?
Thank you, Madam President. I'll rephrase that. There is some concern amongst people out there in the community that this person's name might be dragged through the mud. Well, this person apparently, through the investigation, was proven to have committed an offense. And so we are now protecting the offender as opposed to the victims. We are not making any kind of restitution to the victims. We are not worried about what the victims think. We're worried about what the offender thinks. And this person is probably a very nice person. They made one mistake. Fine. Let's hear the confession about the mistake and figure out how to fix it. But to suggest that we should just not worry about it, and that we should vote on this because it's been recommended by the superintendent, is I'm not a rubber stamp. And as an African-American male in 2021, after the president we just went through, I'm not going to continue to support this kind of behavior without seeing any real change. And so unfortunately, you have given me the choice as to whether to vote for this blue sheet or against it. When I asked you, I asked you very nicely, please give me the opportunity to just vote against this item and vote for the rest of the blue sheet. You wouldn't give that to me. So now I have to vote against the entire blue sheet. And it's just not right. It's not collegial. And quite frankly, for all of the people out there who are familiar with this issue, it's embarrassing, quite frankly, because we try to bury it, hide it under the rug, sweep it into the dustpan of history. And until we actually face this kind of racism face on, it's going to continue to happen. This person is a leader in this district, was a leader in a school, and still felt privileged enough to make this comment to others in her school. That kind of privilege, I don't have that kind of privilege. If I ask a question about contracts, I'm investigated for $25,000 plus. No one worried about dragging my name through the mud. But this person, this offender, is being protected by this board. And I think that's unfair to the victims of this offense. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Golson. Dr. Joyner and then Dr. Jackson.
Madam Chair, first of all, thank you for your patience and attention to running the meeting in a way that's as best possible under these circumstances. And I will try not to call attention to myself. I'll try to stick to the facts. On a moral basis, we all live in glass houses. And on a strictly Christian basis, the scripture says, let he who is without fault cast the first stone. And oftentimes people, knowing that we all live in glass houses, we go around with rocks in our pocket. I've been guilty of that myself. I also think that sometimes when we're trying to prove a point, we use buzzwords and hyperbole. And sometimes the truth gets lost in that. And we all are by nature hypocrites. And I despise that in myself more than I do it in other people. But in this particular case, if anyone examines that person's record in this district, and if anyone really took a deep look at what was allegedly done, they would conclude that it does not rise to the level of the seriousness of other things that have been done by other people in other places. And since we are a restorative justice district, and since we are trying to teach this nation something about how you deal with sensitive matters of race, gender, sexual orientation, and so on and so forth, we should understand that our human frailties will not allow us to simply go through this without making mistakes. But I actually think that the concrete acts that people have engaged in over the whole of their life is more of an indicator of who they are and what their character is than some instances in which they may have said the wrong things. And I have done my own background. I represent 15 wards in this district. And I have done extensive background gathering information about how people in my district feel about issues like this, not just with this individual, but issues like this in the city. And everybody I've talked to has said that we should try to operate in a spirit of forgiveness and mercy if it is clear that the person has lived an exemplary life and has done, for the most part, good things on behalf of advancing human peace and equality. I actually talked to the valedictorian of her school. And that individual who will be a rising senior at Yale said to me that he did not believe that this particular leader harbors any
Madam President, point of order.
feelings about.
Madam
Mr.
President,
Bolton, hold
point
on,
of
Dr.
order.
Joyner, Mr. Bolton.
Madam President, that is hearsay. We keep hearing about these individuals, no names about what they said. It doesn't add to the discussion. It just confuses the discussion. I would hope that we would continue to focus on the matter at hand and on the people who actually have a say in this matter, and not some mysterious valedictorian from unnamed valedictorian. Madam President, it's just out of order.
Madam President, I have a text message from the person.
Your point is well taken, Mr. Bolton. However, let me just say this to the entire board. We just had a retreat that discussed points of order and how to make them and what's not an acceptable point of order. Please, when you're making a point of order, state the rule that's being broken. I'm no longer going to call on these points of orders that come up when you're not stating the rule that's being broken. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So generally speaking, the evidence that I've been able to gather, which I have in writing, and what I personally know about the individual, having known her since she was a teacher at Career High School, and also been in meetings with her and students, and this is firsthand information, that she chose to work in an urban district. She has served up to this point in an exemplary way in this urban district. And I will certainly vote to support Dr. Tracy and her judgment. Dr. Tracy has years of experience, both lived experiences as well as professional experiences around matters of race, equity, justice, and so on and so forth. And I have the highest confidence in her ability to make a good judgment on the people that work for her. And I think that we go down a slippery slope as a board when we try to assume her role as opposed to our role to vote on matters up or down, to respect the majority, to not go to the press and speak as if we are speaking for the board, because our bylaws would suggest that we not do that. They would actually tell us that we not do that. And so I'm voting to support the superintendent's recommendation on this matter.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Dr. Jackson?
I am inclined to not support this the blue sheet. I was ready to support it had we separated the reassignment of Laura Robley out. I have great concern with the failure of the district to address this problem. It has been kept quiet, hush, hush. There has been it has not been addressed with the community or the city or with the Board of Education. I learned about what happened, well, me, so maybe, other people might have known, but I learned about what happened tonight. And I learned that a situation occurred where someone got a little comfortable, didn't think that the people they were speaking to were gonna rat them out, and they got ratted out. That's a problem. When you make a comment using a slur in reference to an anti-racist lecture, an inclusivity lecture that you were having, that person has an issue. Now, I don't know this person, and Dr. Joyner is speaking highly of this person, and that doesn't mean that this person it's just too much. And to take this this person, just say, let me move this person just to another school. We have an entire district, minority, which is primarily minority, and you're taking someone who had a problem with anti-racist lectures and just putting him in another school. Like, we need to discuss this. It's a problem. We learned that the entire thing is FOIable. The entire city's gonna read it, what happened, and the fact that 1, 2, 3, 4 board members decided that it was just okay to, one, we haven't discussed it, there's no apology. I asked, how are we gonna apologize to the city? How are we gonna apologize to our students? Nothing has been worked out. An apology behind closed doors is not going to work. There needs to be a public apology from this individual, not behind closed doors. And then maybe I would have voted for it. But right now, I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted because when you say something to that magnitude to people that you feel weren't going to rat you out and they did, horrible. That's a reflection of you. So I don't agree with the hush hush. I don't agree that it was kept secret. Black people have been conditioned to take things and say, oh, it's okay. Oh, that person didn't mean it. I think anybody who's leading a school in our district is old enough to understand what they are saying, especially when they are using racial slurs in response to an anti-racist, anti-bias workshop. So I am voting a no to this because I want to be on the right side of history with this. And when the discussion comes up again, which I'm sure it will, because this is not going to just go away because she's going to be in a room apologizing to whoever. It's not going to go away. This is not the right way to do it. And if I remember, I don't know, a week or so ago, we were firing somebody over a case of water. So this is wrong. The way we're going at this is wrong. The discussion is all wrong. And I don't think we should be, I think this needs to be coming out and we need to discuss it more. This is not the right way.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Dr. Tracy, and then Mr. Golson. You're muted, Dr. Tracy.
Since what was discussed in executive session is being brought out publicly, let me say this publicly. A situation was brought to the attention of this superintendent. We took action. We had HR investigating the situation. We brought in the attorneys from both sides to look into the legal ramifications and legal aspect of what was going on. We came to an agreement with council, and I, as a superintendent, made a recommendation for what you see now on the blue sheet. I don't think it is the best interest of any of us, be it board member or public, to destroy a person's life over a slip of the tongue or something they said in private to someone else, even though it came out in public. Say, be careful what you say in private because it will sure come out in public. People are treating this situation as if I'm not a Black superintendent. And that's what I'm seeing happening. Don't you believe that I have also feelings about what happened when people discuss Blackness or say things that are of a racial nature against my own people? So for all that is going on, it was investigated, a recommendation was being made. I understand that many people may not agree with the recommendation, but that's the recommendation that I make. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Mr. Golson?
Madam President, this wasn't a slip of the tongue. This wasn't a conversation in private with friends. This was a conversation with subordinates, with people, the people who she supervises. This wasn't a slip of the tongue. This was a deliberate discussion that probably has been had before We don't know, but.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Dr. Joyner?
Madam Chair, we're actually indicting a person and
Madam
making
Chair,
allegation.
the rule,
For
Mr.
which we have no
Golton,
proof.
Mr. Golton, hold on.
Madam President, you said that you're not going to
I
entertain.
am
motions.
listening. Mr. Golton, you're out of order. Go ahead, Dr. Joyner. The rule that's being broken.
The rule that's been broken is one, talking out of executive session.
Unfortunately, I cannot take that as a point of order. Well taken, Dr. Joyner.
No
Thank
problem.
you, thank you, Madam President. Because I'm not doing that. Thank you, Madam President. I'm an African-American male who grew up without much means. You know, I have 6 brothers and sisters, 5 after me. My father came out of the service and had some issues related to his service. My mother worked really hard to support her family. My father passed away fairly young. You know, I had to struggle for everything that I got in this world. On top of that, being an African-American male in the 70s, the late 60s and the 70s, and in the early 80s, I went through desegregation busing. You know, I went to Boston in school the year that the iconic picture of the man with the flagpole beating back Black people who just wanted to get a good education was published. My freshman year in college in Boston. I have personally, I have been arrested for walking down the street. And, you know, sure, when I went to court, they dropped the charges, but I still had to go through that process just because I was Black. And there was assumptions made about me. You know, so this really got emotional for me because we seem to be very forgiving without even being asked for forgiveness. The person that committed this offense hasn't even asked us for forgiveness. They asked us to keep it quiet and behind the scenes and not to have their name dragged through the mud. That's the perpetrator who's asking that, not the victims. Yet this board didn't have any problem dragging me through the mud. So you know, this whole idea that this is some sort of slip of the tongue, it just reinforces our concerns about this whole thing. To suggest that it was a slip of the tongue or it was a conversation in private, does that make it any better? Does that make it any less offensive? So I've been called the N-word. I was chased off a bus in Boston when I mistakenly went through South Boston, not knowing that I wasn't allowed in that side of town. So I know how these things happen in my community because I've been a direct victim of this kind of stuff. So this is not a slip of the tongue. This was a direct attack on Blacks, on people of color. And I'm a student of history. And I could tell you right now, I can name 10 instances where Black men have either been put in jail or killed because of something a white woman, a slip of the tongue of a white woman. The Tulsa massacre was a result of the slip of the tongue of a white woman against a Black man. This was not a slip of the tongue. And I don't care if you're a Black superintendent, a blue superintendent, a pink superintendent, it is wrong. In this glossing it over and suggesting that it's not that bad is wrong. And what kind of school district are we if we allow this to happen? If I was an employee of this person, if I was going to be supervised by her, I would be concerned about how she looked at me. how she felt about me. When she wrote up my evaluations, what was affecting her judgment about me. This is not about a slip of the tongue. This is about a deliberate using of a slur that we all agree is horrible. I don't use that slur. And if I do use it, I don't use it in a positive way, I can tell you that. I don't go around and say, my N-word. I don't do that. I don't use that word in a positive manner. I can't see how she would have. So again, I am all about forgiveness, but I need to know that you really deserve it. I need to know that you really mean it, that you are sincere about it, that you have learned from it. And this privilege from people to suggest that is not that bad. I understand Dr. Tracy why she's doing it. This is a comrade in arms. I mean, every person who has done this kind of thing, every white person who's done this kind of thing has always had a black person say, but I've never seen this side. They're so good. You're such a great person.
Dr. Joyner?
The bylaw violation is making affronts against a board member, an employee, or what have you. And that comment about Dr. Tracy is not fair and it's unethical.
Point of order is well taken. Mr. Joyner, please watch your comments.
Mr. Golsa, yes, I understand. I understand that, and I'm wrapping up. I got real emotional about this, and I did something I don't think I've ever done in public. The reaction that I had to this was so visceral with me because I've been a victim of this for my 60 years that I've been on this planet. And for folks to not take it seriously and think just because it's somebody they know and they like, it's not as bad as it would be if it came from Donald Trump or some person, some oath keeper storming the Capitol, is still just as bad. It's still just as bad because it's a slur that hurts, and it shows a disregard and disrespect for that community, the people from that community. So I think I've made my point. I'm saddened that this board wasn't willing to separate this out. I don't know. I understand the whole ideal behind that. I'm saddened that we are willing to just overlook it without having any real apology to this community, not to me, not to those teachers that it was said to, but the community that is represented by this board of by this New Haven Public School System and this board of ed. So again, I'm going to reiterate that I'm going to vote no on this, not because I have anything personal against this lady. She might be the greatest person in the world, but she made a mistake and it has to be fixed. And it's not being fixed by us doing this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Dr. Tracy and then Dr. Joyner.
My final piece. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before you start, Dr. Tracy, I just want us all to be mindful of the time. We started at 5:30. It's 8:08.
Yes.
And we're still, this is what? The fourth
3
item
hours.
on the agenda?
Yes. Okay, let me say this. I'm going to say I, as a superintendent, I'm not casting myself as perfect, because I may use he who is without sin first cast a stone. I am not without fault, and I don't think anyone here on this board is without fault. We're human beings and we make fault, and we have faults, and we exercise those faults every single day. To err is human, to forgive divine. And I rest my case.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Dr. Joyner?
Madam Chair, I move the previous question.
So we'll call the question vote.
Point of order. That vote has to be approved by a 2/3 vote.
I
Absolutely.
understand that. It's not
Thank you, Madam
debatable when we
President.
need a 2/3 vote. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Mayor Elicker? Oh, you're muted.
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Bolton? You're
Ms. Jackson
muted.
has more comments, so I'm no.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Jackson?
No,
Mr. Conaway?
No.
The students are not here. I am a yes, but we needed 5 votes, and so that motion fails. Dr. Jackson?
just want, this offense was substantiated. So the fact that it was substantiated, a simple just reassignment is not the answer. It's not the answer. Haven't seen what the complete intervention is going to be. Central office might have been a better place to send her to another school. So what I'm saying is this offense was substantiated. We have not addressed that. We have not addressed how we are apologizing to our community, because this is traumatizing to know that your principal that was in charge of your children, in charge of the school where you send your kids every day, use that word in reference to a workshop around anti-racism and inclusion. So this has not been addressed properly. The community is not going to be, it's not going to help heal the community around the trauma that this has given to them. This is not the answer. And I don't know if it's because of the demographic makeup of this board. I'm hoping not, but this is not the right decision for this. It was substantiated that this person used the N-word. How could you even vote yes not to take this out? I'm done. I'm so emotionally exhausted tonight.
Dr. Tracy, okay, you did have your hand up. And then Mr. Conaway.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Dr. Jackson, with all due respect, the record will show that you also use a word in a certain context and no one was coming after you. It's recorded. In a certain way you said it was in a similar manner, but with that said.
Point of order, Madam.
there
Tracy,
is-
Point of order, Madam
is-
President.
Please
You're
say
both
what I
out of
said.
order. Hold
There
on.
is,
No.
there is,
Madam President,
people are
Point of order.
saying that
Bolton,
Mr. Jackson.
hold on,
Point of
Dr.
order, Madam
Hold on,
President.
Dr. Tracy, hold on. Mr. Bolton,
Madam President, I'm just citing the same rule that Dr. Joyner cited just a few minutes ago about I can't remember the exact language, but
Board member.
right, disparaging a board member. I
You're
am
not
shocked.
discharging a board member.
I am shocked that our superintendent.
I am demanding an apology.
I am
Dr.
shocked.
you're out
Tracy.
of order, Dr. Jackson.
I have a point of order, and I think that is out of order, and I think that it demands an apology, and I'm shocked that the superintendent would say that about one of her board members. Thank you, Madam President.
I am not disparaging a board
President,
member.
Madam President, could you, my
Mr.
point of
Bolton,
order?
let her explain, Mr.
No,
I
Bolton.
am not
no, Madam President.
disparaging a board member. I am
And if
not
Dr.
disparaging
Tracy
a board member. I'm just saying, I'm explaining that similar situations were said.
I will sue
That
Dr.
Madam
Tracy
Tracy.
President.
You're
interpreted
out
a
of
certain
order,
way.
President.
And let me
Jackson.
finish,
You're
please.
both
Let me
out of
finish,
order.
please.
Point
Let
of
me
order,
finish,
Madam
please.
President.
Let me finish, please. And the notion to say that nothing was done.
Madam President, point
Individual
of order,
was
Madam President.
demoted.
Mr. Bolton, what is your point of
You
order?
have not
Hold on,
ruled
Dr.
on my point of
Tracy.
order, Madam President.
It is not well taken. I'm letting her explain the comment that she made.
Wow.
Thank you.
The individual was demoted.
I will be going to
That
my
the
lawyer
individual was
Dr.
tomorrow.
Jackson,
demoted.
you're out of
Dr.
order.
Tracy,
You're
I am
out of
going
order.
to sue you, Dr.
That's fine.
You are losing control of this, Madam President.
Go ahead, Dr. Tracy.
The
Please
individual
wrap up your
was
Because
statement.
you had
demoted,
somebody who
which
used the word,
means
the
there is
N-word
loss of
against
Dr.
it in our
Fix this, Madam
Jackson, you're
President.
out of
So
order.
I
Fix this,
am
Madam
not going to
President.
let this.
I move we take a 5-minute
Mr.
recess.
Second,
Is there a second?
Second,
Mayor Elicker, I guess we have to vote. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
yes.
Mr. Golton,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson.
I'm demanding an apology from Dr.
Dr.
Tracy.
Jackson, your vote. Dr. Jackson. Mr. Conaway,
Absolutely.
and I am a yes. So 5 minutes. Thank you.
What's up?
use the N-word at a board meeting?
I don't even know what she's talking about.
Well, we let this meeting go on.
You're not
Exactly.
muted.
Let-
We cannot allow this meeting to move forward.
You're unmuted at this time,
Who?
Dr. Jackson and Mr. Goldson, you're unmuted at this time.
Yeah. Donnie, they can hear your mouth is open up.
I don't really care who hears me, quite frankly. What just happened is unconscionable. Sitting up there with a smirk on her face, like she didn't just accuse somebody of that. That's insane.
Ms. Mason, did you have a question? I see your hand raised.
Thank you. I would like for you to repeat the last motion that was recorded.
The last motion was just to go into a 5-minute break.
I'm sorry, the one before that, the one before that.
That was the call the question, which failed.
Yeah, the one that failed.
Call the question.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dr. Tracy, are you, I see your lips moving, but I don't know if you're intending to talk to us or.
Okay, yes, Madam President, thank you. Before we left, Dr. Jackson said that I offended her, and I want to apologize if I offended her. That was not my intent to offend you. So I want to apologize if I offended Dr. Jackson. It's not my intent to offend anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. All right, we were on the motion to approve the personnel reports. Seeing no further discussion, we will vote on the personnel reports.
Madam President,
Mr. Bolton,
I'd like to know what her intent was when she made that comment. If it wasn't to offend, what was it? What was her intent?
Dr. Tracy, would you like to respond or not?
I am not responding. I already apologized to Dr. Jackson, and that's where I leave it. I'm
Well,
not.
you didn't
going on.
apologize to
Thank
me
you, Dr.
for accusing me of
It's
asking you
not
to change the
germane to the
contract.
That
point
is
of
not
order.
about you, Mr. Gold.
Point of
Thank you.
order.
Mr. Wilcox, go ahead.
This is not germane to the motion in front of us.
Point well taken, Mr. Wilcox. Okay, and so we'll vote for the personnel reports. Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson,
No.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
No.
Mr. Conway,
No.
and I am a yes, and so that motion passes. Next item is the organizational chart. Mr. Conway?
Could I remind this board that we just had a retreat and we talked about a number of things. And I think that we've gotten through one agenda item and I think that we need to stay as focused and as businesslike as we could. Emotions are running high. A lot of stuff is being thrown back and forth, and I would certainly appreciate if this board would just move through this agenda in a businesslike manner and keep our emotions and comments to themselves. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Dr. Tracy, organizational chart.
Thank you very much, Madam President. To the board, the last meeting we had, I presented the organizational chart. A board member asked for a write-up as to costs in terms of executive management. I have inserted in the packet for everyone to see what the comparison would look like and what would be saved from the organizational chart. And that's what I've done. If there's any questions, I'm asking for the board's approval of the organizational chart.
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. Any discussion, questions? Mr. Wilcox?
I move we approve the organizational chart.
Second. Thank you, Mayor Elicker. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote.
Madam President, I'm sorry, I'm having a
Mr.
problem with my
Bolton.
screen here. Madam President, in light of what has occurred during this meeting, and the fact that this board has not found the energy or courage to raise the salaries of our least fortunate and lowest paid members of this organization, I am going to vote against this organizational chart in the addition of new higher priced administrators so that people have less work to do. This is what this is. This is a plan to take work away from folks so they don't have to work as hard and as long and as much as they have to. While we still have our folks that are thankfully, because of the state being raised to $13 an hour, which is still not even close to being a livable wage. So I am going to vote against this organizational chart that you guys are going to so quickly pass through one meeting, where after a year and a half, we still haven't been able to find our way towards raising the salary of the lowest paid staff members. Thank you, Madam President.
Any further discussion or questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote on the organizational chart. Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson? Dr. Jackson,
No.
Mr. Conway? Is he on? Mr. Conway?
Yes.
Mr. Golton?
Heck no.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Mayor Elicker?
Yes.
And I am a yes, and so that motion passes. Teaching and learning, Dr. Joyner?
I have a request from the board. We are getting free evaluation support from the National Association of Early Childhood of the Education of Young Children. Mrs. Pamela Augustine Jefferson has done a good job working with the superintendent to get this very valuable and free service. So I'm asking the board to approve the National Association for the Education of Young Children's accreditation support for the accreditation quality improvement support for our early childhood education in New Haven Public Schools. The schools in question are Barnard, Beecher, Brennan Rogers, Celentano, Conte West Hills, Davis Academy, John C. Daniels, Jepson, King, Robinson, Morrow, Sheridan, and MC Montessori. Typically, these evaluations cost in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we're getting the services free thanks to the good work of our superintendent and our early childhood personnel, chiefly Pamela Augustine Jefferson, our assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction, and all of the central office administrators, including Ms. Keisha Red Hannons, Dr. Paul White. They were the ones that were instrumental in all of this. And I'm asking the board to approve it. It's free, it doesn't cost the public any money, and it gives us very valuable information about whether we're meeting the standards for our early childhood programs.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Was that Mr. Wilcox?
No, I was just asking if we could restate the motion so I can second it.
Yes.
It's a motion to approve the NAEYC accreditation support for the AQIS project of the Connecticut Office of Early Childhood, specifically the schools in New Haven that have early childhood programs.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Conway,
Yes.
and I am a yes. So that motion passes. The NIAC accreditation. Facilities Naming Committee, Dr. Jackson.
Hello, Madam President. I'm sorry
Hello.
for disrupting your meeting like that. So
Mhm.
accept my apologies. Don't like to be
Thank
lied
you.
on.
Thank you, I
don't-
appreciate that.
I don't see religion as a farce, so, are we gonna vote? 'Cause are we doing the voting?
Yes.
It's on here
On
for,
the name? Because I didn't see it. Is it on the?
it's on the agenda as a possible.
Okay, good. So, as a vote, okay. Okay, so, Dr. White, could you please promote, Dr. Tori? Is Dr. Tori and, Sarah Miller, anybody else that, is on the committee? Could you please just raise your hand in case there are some questions, and Dr. White will. So the renaming committee met weekly for 7 weeks, from April 27th to June 8th. The committee began its work by identifying values to guide the school's renaming. Next, the committee solicited suggested names from the community via an online survey and received 205 responses. These responses were organized and presented to the community, and additional feedback was sought in an open forum on June 1st. The committee subsequently met to review top choices from those proposed. The list was narrowed down through conversation. The committee voted on its top 13 choices via ranked choice voting in 2 separate rounds. The name that emerged was, drum roll, Family Academy of Multilingual Exploration. I absolutely love it. As per our policy, that name is brought before you today. They were supposed to bring 1 or 2 names, and they brought us one fabulous name. I think the kids are going to love this name. I think the community is going to love this name. Is Dr. Tori here? Because he chaired the committee, and I would like for him to say quickly, since it's 8:37, a couple words. Is Dr. Tori up?
Pictures up.
He is up. He may have stepped away.
Oh, that's a nice picture.
Oh, I see. Okay. Now,
There he is. There
I was
there he
trying.
is.
I was trying to unmute up by my photo, as opposed to down below. Well, thank you so much. again, we feel honored, I think I can speak for the entire committee. We feel honored that the board placed its confidence in us in being able to come together and deal with a very, very difficult situation, as I don't think I need to explain or go into any detail. And we did. It wasn't the easiest thing, but we did it, and I think we did it within the time that we had proposed. So actually, we did it a week ahead of the time that we had proposed. But any questions that the board has? Otherwise, I'll just keep saying how, about the process, and you already understand about that.
Dr. Torrey, some of your committee members are here. Maybe they could quickly give like a little bit, 'cause I mean, everybody works so hard with you.
Yeah, they were here earlier. I'm not sure. I know that Sarah was here and
Ms. Leach is here.
who else is there anybody who is still here?
Yes, Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach, hi, how are you?
Hi, good evening. I think, again, like Dr. Torrey said, we're honored that we were asked to be part of the committee to select a name for the school. We worked really hard in the process, using Comer, using the rank voting, which allows for the most equitable choice. And I think, we all felt at the end proud that we honored the commitment and the process and came up with a name as you asked us to.
I think Miss Teresa Dia is here also. Miss Teresa?
She's not muted, so not sure.
That's our interpreter.
Okay,
Oh.
what about Thomas Burton? Is he from the committee?
That's Attorney Mooney.
Oh, it is? Okay, so I think that's everyone. So with that being said, I present to the board for vote for the school formerly known as, we would like to present the Family Academy of Multilingual Exploration. And I'm moving that name for the school formerly known as Columbus.
Point of order,
There a second?
point of order.
Mr. Goldson?
On the agenda, it is listed as multicultural as opposed to multilingual.
it's
So
supposed to be multilingual.
can we fix that first? I mean, just a matter of record, so in the future, when somebody comes back and sees this, they'll know what we meant. So it is multilingual as opposed to multicultural. Is that correct?
Yes.
So can we first have, Madam President, can we first have a motion to correct the agenda so it could be in the record?
Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Jackson, is your item, so I
So
would
I
defer to
would
you.
like to move to fix the
Correct the agenda.
mistake, to correct the agenda from multilingual from multicultural to multilingual.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, correcting the agenda from multicultural to multilingual, Mayor Elicker.
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Bolton,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Conaway,
Yes.
and I am a yes. So the agenda is corrected. Go ahead, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you for that, Darnell. Now I would like to move the new name for the school formerly known as Columbus.
Second.
Let me say the name. I like saying the name. Let me say the name. The Family Academy of Multilingual Exploration.
Second.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Mayor Elicker,
Just wanted to thank Dr. Jackson and Mr. Torre and all the committee members and people a part of the group for doing this in such a thoughtful way. I know it took a lot of work, and it's my daughter's school, and we're very excited about the new name. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Elicker. Mr. Golson and then Dr. Joyner.
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to thank the committee for its service and moving us to this process, but I do have a question. I'm not quite sure what the difference between multicultural and multilingual is and actually what multilingual means. So if someone could explain to me how you got to that word and what it actually means in this title, that would be helpful for the record.
If I could take a stab at it, first the difference between multicultural and multilingual. You can be multilingual, you can be multicultural without being multilingual. For example, an Australian and somebody from the United States, somebody from Canada, somebody from England. They are multicultural, but they speak the same language. In terms of how we came up with it, I think Dr. Jackson explained that when she ran down how we put together, we took almost 3 weeks to come up with a set of descriptors that would describe the school and who that school is and what it has been and so forth. And among those were, multilingual, because it is a language acquisition school. It has been for a long time. And so the idea behind the school is that everybody who goes there will speak more than one language. So it's not just those who speak Spanish will be speaking English, but it's those speaking English will be speaking other languages as well, because Spanish is not the only one. There's Arabic that's being taught. Italian was taught, as I understand it. Italian is not being taught currently because of no teacher available for that. But the multilingual aspect is a key part of the school. And let me just say that even though this may not be addressing your question directly, if you will allow me 30 seconds, that the statue that's been on that school for the longest time is not that of Christopher Columbus. Some of you may know that, some of you may not know that. It is the statue of Rodrigo de Triana, who is the first European to spot land, during that time. I mean, I don't want to talk about the Vikings and whatever else, but he was the reason that statue is up there is because Rodrigo de Triana already was what America became, with all of America, from Alaska down to Argentina and whatever. He was multiracial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious, and multilingual. And so it carries the tradition of that school. And that's how we came up with that particular name.
Does that mean that the statue will remain?
It means it doesn't have to be taken down.
Okay. All right. And my last question is related, is what will be the cost for making the school name changes on signage and all that other stuff?
That somebody else will have to answer that.
Dr. Jackson.
Yeah, so when we discuss that, we're gonna have the district will provide that. We'll have to get that from Dr. Tracy.
Got it. Thank you.
Dr. Joyner?
I'd like to commend Dr. Jackson. I know personally how hard she works with policy. We have run into quite a few roadblocks over the years we worked together. And she's always telling me to be patient. And if we have to go back, let's go back. I think that even as we deliberate in sometimes contentious ways, we also need to celebrate the fact that we can come back in many cases to try to deal with stuff that we have to deal with. And I also appreciate what Mr. Conaway said. So I'm going to vote yes for this because it is the most accurate representation of what I believe that school and all schools should be about. I can't say enough about how hard she's worked, and our dear friend and brother Carlos Torre. I couldn't think of a better person, along with Sal DeCola, to work on this. And I really appreciate what you guys have done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. I also want to thank Dr. Jackson and Dr. Torre for working on this together. This was, I think, a major feat, given all that was going on around the renaming of the school. And so I appreciate you taking this on and bringing it to this point. Thank you.
I just say that you've had Dr. Torre, you brought him forth to chair two committees, major committees that I work with him on. And it's been a pleasure, Dr. Torre. It's really been a pleasure. I learned so much from you. So it's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
Ready for the next one, Dr. Torre? Thank you.
Can I take a week break? You just took a 5-minute break.
Sure.
I took a 5-day break.
Yeah, I needed about an hour after that one. Thank you. Mr. Conaway?
I just want to ditto what all my fellow board members have said about this wonderful work with the school naming. And I'd like to also congratulate Dr. Torre and Dr. Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no discussion, we'll vote on the renaming of Columbus Family Academy to, what is it? Family Academy for Multilingual Exploration.
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Mr. Golson,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Conaway,
Yes.
and I am a yes, and so that motion passes.
I can't wait to see how they celebrate this.
Make sure we're invited to the celebration.
That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're playing cool in the game.
Thank you. Moving on to finance and operations, Mr. Wilcox.
Thank you, Madam President. We have before you, the Finance and Operations Committee met last week and has recommended approval of the 1 purchase order, 3 abstracts, 16 agreements, and 25 contracts that are listed as action items on your agenda. I move that we approve these.
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll vote on the F&O items. Mr. Golson,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson,
Yes.
Mr. Conaway,
Yes.
Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I am a yes, and so F&O items pass. Superintendent's report, Dr. Tracy, you're up again.
Thank you very much, Madam President. There are some items on here. Let me get to where the report is. Okay. I want to, before I do that, give just very quick acknowledgements and shout out to Hillhouse High School for the great athletic feat that happened, the students with their championship and all this. It is such an awesome time for those students, and I stand in awe of what they have done and have accomplished in a pandemic. So kudos to Hillhouse High School students for what they have done in winning all these different championships. The other thing I want to give kudos to, we recently acknowledged and honored about 9 or so folks that we referred to in the TAPS award. I somehow thought it was in the board packet. We have teachers who were honored, Adam Conway, Joan Ferris, Charlene Copole, Administrators honored in the TAPS Award, Monica Morales, Edith Johnson, Amy Miglior. Parents were Ann Collette, Latoya Howard, Valerie Rodriguez. Staff, Wayne Bush, Liz Dembski, and Omaya Binion. And community partners, David Greco, Judith Cuthbertston, and Marlene Vega. I'm saying this was a great, and it was all via Zoom, but we believe that if it's not broken, why throw it out? We've had the TAPS Award for years in New Haven, and even though we had a pandemic, there were people doing a lot of great things. I don't know if you've seen, especially David Greco, sending, or through Danny, sending a whole lot of information about what they do with students and keeping students out of trouble and keeping them engaged over the weekend and during school time, after school. So I want the board to join in congratulating these folks for being recognized. I told them that sometimes they don't know that people are noticing the great work they're doing, and this is a great time for us to acknowledge them. The other one, we had about over 200 individuals honored in a program that we are looking at their longevity in the system, because I think the backbone of the system and what the glue that is holding us together, lad, are the people with these many years of service in the system. They know the answers when we reach out. They can answer because they have historic knowledge of certain things. And we honored, in particular, special presentation went to Penny Conti for over 50-something years in the system, and she's still here. We have Claudine Chambers, Linda Hannans, Blanche Harris. We have Rosalind Lobo, Diane Monroe, Lucille Patton, and Wilhelmina Williamson. And a whole, I did not even know there were so many people who have up to 52 years in this system. So we honored people from 25 years and up, because that's longevity for us. And these people are still around. They love their jobs. Linda Hannon started in the system from when she was just a child and moved her way up to where she is right now. So it's a lot for us to give thanks for, and honoring these people who have spent their years supporting New Haven Public Schools through thick and thin. So that's one report. I have Ms. Hannans right now to say something about the ARP ESSER update. Just a quick update as we continue planning. Ms. Hannans?
Yes, good evening, board. It's always an honor to come before you. I'm going to go through this presentation pretty quickly as I recognize the time of day, of evening, I should say it is, and we have more graduations tomorrow. So if I can just play from the start. So our ARP ESSER grant, we wanted to come to you this evening just to give you an update on where we are today. As you know, this is the third installation of the ESSER grant. Just as a reminder, New Haven was allocated approximately $79.9 million, with 20% set aside for learning recovery. That was equivalent to about $15.9 million. And this grant is about being responsive to students' social, emotional, and academic needs, and for those students that have been disproportionately impacted by the subgroup. Just real quickly, the five priority areas set by the state: learning acceleration, academic renewal, enrichment, family and community connection, social, emotional, and mental health of students and staff, strategic use of technology, staff development in the digital divide, and building safe and healthy schools. One thing that we did that was new in this particular installation of the ESSER grant is really looking at every school matters. What is the innovation for success in New Haven Public Schools? And so we set aside funding that we gave directly to our schools. We gave our principals a budget over the next 3 years, and we said, we want you to meet with your school teams, students, as well as families and community members, and think about, here, you have this pot of funding allocated to your school for the next 3 years. How are you going to do something innovative within your school? And so that was a total of about $10.9 million spread out over all of our schools in the district. We believe that these innovative practices will lead to meaningful, engaging, and personalized learning experiences for students, staff, and families. So far to date, if you can recall from our requirements for ARP ESSER, stakeholder engagement is key, and it's actually required within this grant. We are proud to say that through our stakeholder engagement groups from the school level to the district level, we have engaged over 5,422 members of the New Haven Public Schools community. This is something that we couldn't even fathom as we went into seeking input from our stakeholders, and we are extremely excited. If you can recall, for ESSER 2, we were able to engage roughly 800 stakeholders, and the state was holding us as a model for engagement. And through this grant, we have almost done 7 times more than that. So we are definitely happy, and we should put this before you so you can see the amount of stakeholders we've engaged. And just real quickly, our overall timeline for ARP ESSER, we've met with our administrators, we've held our stakeholder focus groups. Our administrators have submitted to their supervisors their ARP ESSER plan. We are in progress right now of providing feedback to our principals, as well as, and Dr. White will speak in a minute about our in-person draft instruction plan for fall 2021. And then the superintendents, assistant superintendents will submit a summary sheet of what our schools are, how they're investing their funds. From there, I will compile a list of recommendations and put that to the executive team for discussion. We will also present to the Finance Committee and the Board of Ed the ARP ESSER grant draft highlights as we've done before for feedback from you. And then we'll finalize recommendations. Of course, we'll submit the recommendations to the superintendent, and then we will submit the grant August 16th. And our plan is to submit the abstract for review and approval by Finance Committee and Board of Ed at the end of August. So just want to give you a timeline on where we are to date with ARP ESSER, and that we're plugging away and working really hard at it to ensure that we put in this plan exactly what the community would like to see and what we also see how we should invest these funds. Thank you.
Next, followed by Dr. White, we'll give you a brief explanation also about what we're doing with regard to the plan for in-person reopening. So we have 2 tiers of things going on at the same time: planning for the grant, and also merge into planning for school reopening for continuity of service. Dr. White.
Good evening, board members. As you see with the Safe Return to Instruction, in-person instruction, and the Continuity of Services Plan, this is a requirement of the ARP ESSER grant. And it's, as I said, it's a requirement. The plan must be made publicly available starting on by June 23rd. So this is still in draft form, and we'll be considering feedback, and it will be updated regularly every 6 months and must be reviewed with public comment to update it. So right now we are working towards what will happen for this being posted on nhps.net on June 23rd. 5 areas that this plan must cover: health and safety, continuity of service, the ability for public comment, our periodic review process, and this being in an understandable and uniform form. The state priorities were previously revisited, so I will move right on. So health strategies, there are things that will be moving frequently throughout this. Students and staff will continue to wear masking because that is the current guidelines for the state. As these things shift, we will revisit what is the best way to keep our community safe. We did have relatively low transmission. We had a lower rate than most large urban districts because we took care of those safety measures early on, and then also out of abundance of caution, did isolate students more often. Mask breaks, of course, will be continued. Where feasible, we'll use maximum distancing. Cohorts will be maintained where possible, and continuing limiting bathroom occupancy. We'll continue, of course, with the hand washing and respiratory etiquette so that, again, the frequent hand washing, sanitizing available in various spaces, the bathroom use. And another precaution, we are planning to continue the limited access. Among the things that helped with this over this past year was limiting the number of people who would come into our buildings. We'll continue to use the video conferencing to hold meetings. If an in-person meeting is required, all parties must be masked the entire time they're in the building, regardless of vaccination status. We just want to keep our school community safe as we go through. You've seen this perform. This is the cleaning schedule and the cleaning protocols that will be continuing to be used in the bills. These were the ones that have been used throughout the year. They will continue. Obviously, we will not be having deep cleaning on Wednesday. The cleanings will take place, deep cleans will be taking place in the evening time. Our contact tracing protocols will continue as they have previously, where we'll work with our school nurses and our school health assistants to notify, use the VOSHI system, and get the reporting out and notify the affected families as we need to. Currently, we have 12 schools for diagnostic trace testing. We have 12 schools that have it available, and the 12 learning hubs sites for summer school will have that available this summer. It's the lower nasal PCR, results within 24 hours to the parents and the health department. And we're working on how to have this expanded and work across all our schools for this fall to, again, support and mitigate spread if there's any. Vaccination, we provided over 100 clinics and 5 different ways for staff and students to be vaccinated. Again, this was with our partnership with the health department, Fairhaven Community Health, Cornell Scott, and Yale Health System. We're currently holding vaccination clinics for students, and we'll be, again, working with the health department and Griffin Hospital to continue those opportunities to get as many of our 12 and older vaccinated. And if approval comes for lower levels, we will continue that. Bus safety, we'll continue practices we have, which were mask wearing during the bus ride. Ventilation will be used to as long as possible throughout the ride, as well as long as safety conditions dictate that. Of course, accommodations for students with disabilities. We will continue to provide appropriate accommodations through the 504 process. Now, continuity of services. This talks to what we'll be doing in terms of learning acceleration and recovery. Some of these things you have seen before from Ms. Velasquez's presentation previously, which illustrates our core values. The key thing being, first off, New Haven Public Schools will be in person 5 days a week. And then, of course, we have our core values of how we will be working on learning acceleration and some of the strategies such as implement intervention and enrichment blocks, adding credentialed teachers to the lower grades, purchase materials for intervention in literacy and numeracy, organizing the highest levels of supports for schools based on student outcomes. And all elementary schools will be implementing iReady foundations and read 180. Other things include Twilight School, alternate opportunities for high school students in certain circumstances, high school credentialing programs for industry recognized credentials and certifications, more college before college opportunities that students can earn real college credits while in high school. The extended day academies, of course, being after school and weekend learning opportunities, and professional development through leadership institutes. This is a summary of some of the summer activities. Ms. Red Hannons has gone over some of these things, but again, the enrichment, high school summer academies, credit recovery, college and career pathways, multilingual English Learners Academy, computer science, basketball camp, chair camp, summer camp overall, fitness and reading challenges. So lots of ways to engage our kids throughout the day. And this is a commitment we have to making this happen. Some of the social emotional supports is ensuring that our student support teams are up and running, expanding mental health access and behavioral supports by hiring additional staff. Some of that staff includes counselors, care coordinators, restorative coaches, social workers, and psychologists, and building up that wellness bank and making sure we check in with our students and staff regularly to make sure they are doing well. For our multilingual learners, extending learning opportunities in both after school and summer program for our high incidence schools, supports students to meet their academic needs and provide interventions to the multilingual learners, after school tutoring for newcomers by TESOL and teachers and tutors, and also exploring the feasibility of a newcomer center in the Hill area, and of course, increasing parent engagement. For disengaged youth, expanding Youth Connect, which has helped to identify our most at risk for disengagement, extended school hours, implementation of our new code of conduct, again, expanding our community collaboratives to reduce disengagement through working with a variety of partners and interagency partnerships to make sure that we can combat this as much as we can, working on chronic absenteeism through the implementing Governor Lamont's learner engagement attendance program. We try not to overuse the word LEAP because obviously it has a different connotation here in New Haven with one of our fantastic partners, but that is the name of the governor's program as well. Outreach, particularly to our ninth graders, that's statistically one of the areas where there's the greatest risk for disengagement. We have our summer engagement activities, our restorative practices to help move this forward. Technology, we are inventorying, collecting equipment to inventory, refresh and repair, and prepare for redistribution for fall 2020. There is availability for summer use based on case need. So again, we work for everything we can to support our students. One of the things we plan to implement are inclement weather planning with expectation that every student will be one-to-one, and on inclement days, the superintendent will choose between whether it'll be an early dismissal, a full closure, and also whether it will be a remote learning day. Summer meals program distribution will continue curbside at the 12 summer hubs. Fall distribution plans are under development because there's still various regulations that we have to figure out how best to go with that. A requirement of this that there be public comment. So this draft will be posted online with a feedback mechanism for all stakeholders to weigh in. We've already had opportunities for students, staff, and families to weigh in and connected with ARP-ESSA engagement, and some of that feedback has already been incorporated into this presentation that you've seen. And then our next review, once posted, will be 6 months, which would be in September, actually shorter than 6 months, but they do want a review come September. And that concludes.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. White. I know I am tired, and I know many board members must be tired. It's been a long day. We've been at graduation all day. Some of us have been up from 2 o'clock in the morning, and I know I have some other items, but I'm going to ask to defer those items to the next meeting, where you can hear more specifically what's happening in the high school, pre-K through 7, youth, family, community engagement, computer science, which we call coding. Those I can bring at another time, if it's okay with everybody else, to skip over those items in the interest of thinking about mental health. The other piece too is that, but I want to talk about I'm sharing with the board, and you have it in your packet, where the summer funds are given to us by the state to create, to support our students. We have to date almost 3,000 and counting students in the K-7 group, not counting high school now, in the K-7 group alone, who parents have signed up for their students to be in summer school. We have 12 sites. Now, we're challenged right now with getting teachers. So one of the decisions we came up with is incentivizing teachers and paraprofessionals who are the key drivers to this summer school piece, and incentivizing them. And you have it on that paper that's in your packet, where we are proposing to compensate classroom teachers $45 per hour, rather than the normal 32 they usually receive in summertime, or 34, somewhere around. For those who are going to be building leaders, these are teachers who have an 092, and they'll be covering the building from morning until, up to the time of their service. We propose to pay them $50 an hour. And for assistant teachers who are supporting the classroom, instead of being paid $14.50 an hour, we're looking at paying them $25 an hour. And this money, I think, is well spent, because we have to get staff in for our students. We believe this will incentivize more staff to join into a program, so we can have the complete cadre of teachers to support our summer programming. So this is what I'm presenting to the board. I'm not sure it requires a vote. What we're told is that it needs to go to the Board of Alders, as a matter of protocol. So we have a memorandum from Mr. Chicarella of the Teachers Union, and we have a memorandum from Ms. Hackles Williams from the Para Union. There's any question?
Thank you, Dr. Tracy. I have a question for Attorney Mooney, if he is still on. I see he's still logged on, but I don't know if he's listening.
By the way, he looked over these MOUs. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So Attorney Mooney, could you tell us, I know we discussed this a little bit earlier, but just for the record, do we as a board need to vote on this before it goes to the Board of Alders?
Okay, well, I'm going to have to ask for a little more information. I was not expecting to be on. So what's this?
I'm sorry, the memorandum of agreements for the teachers and the paraprofessionals?
Well, the Attorney Alexiadis, in interpreting, I think, an ordinance or charter, I would defer to him on that.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Alexiadis?
If I may, Madam President, memorandums of agreement like this need to be reported to the Board of Alders under an ordinance. That so after approval here, then we would expect to report that. But I would note that the versions that were posted online at pages 96 and 97 of that item are not. One of them is not the current version, and the other because Mr. Mooney recommended some changes to it, and with regard to the teacher agreement, even though it's signed. And then I would also suggest that there be corresponding changes made to the paraprofessional agreement. So I don't think they're ready for action right now.
Thank you, Attorney Alexiadis.
Okay, so may I ask Ms. Attorney something? So we have to hire teachers. So how will they set us back? Because teachers begin their training session the last week in June. That's the same week we're having board meeting. I think it's on the 21st. Am I mistaken? Is that correct?
Our meeting is on the
teachers, we need to know because we have to entice these teachers to work, or we're going to have a number of classrooms without teachers, and we can't have that problem on our hand.
Our next meeting is the 28th, so we would probably have to.
That's too close. We need to hire teachers before.
We would probably then have to have a special meeting, I guess, if this needs to be.
Tom's raising his hand.
Can we vote to accept it with the changes?
If I may, I understand the timing issue, and my recommendation is not a big secret. It's simply the fact that the memo doesn't provide for managerial oversight when additional hours are needed. And so the only change I was suggesting is that the MOA say, and such additional hours as may be approved by the supervisor, so that individual employees wouldn't be deciding unilaterally whether they needed to work additional hours. So given the practicality here, one solution would be for the board to approve those MOAs with that simple change noted as part of the approval. And then Attorney Alexiadis and I will collaborate to get the exact wording, but you will have approved the MOAs in substance.
Okay. I would be okay with that if the rest of the board is. Mr. Golton, you had a question?
Two questions. First, I'm trying to figure out why would there even be a question, especially from our administrators, as to whether the board had to approve this or not. I mean, the board approved the original contract, so any amendment to the contract would have to be approved by the board. And I'm kind of questioning why there would even be a question about that. Is there something else that we don't know about that brings that into question? I mean,
No, it was just a question. I saw that it was already signed, so I was wondering, did we have to, as a board, did we have to approve it before it went anywhere else?
All right. The second question I have is, I see do part-time paraprofessionals get to work in the summer program? And if so, are they affected by this memorandum?
We are using paraprofessionals. Usually a lot of our paras don't get hired because we don't have space for them, but this time we're using paraprofessionals rather than part-timers.
Got it. Okay. So usually part-time paraprofessionals are used during the summer, but not now. Is that what you just said?
No.
Okay.
Part-time paras are finished at end of June, at June when school closes.
Okay.
But usually we use paraprofessionals to support the teacher in the classrooms in summer schools. And for most of the cases, we never have enough room for them. And so some of them don't get hired for summer program.
Got it. All right. And just a third question really quickly, because this question came to me today. When does summer school start?
July 1st and ends July 30th.
July 1st. Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question, Dr. Tracy. Is it all of the schools that have the summer program? Just a few schools?
No, we have 12 sites and then the high schools. We have 12 sites for the K-1 program. We also have pre-Ks having program through their funds. They're having programs for pre-K students also. But I was just talking about the 1 through 3 program. that we have 12 sites for 1 through 3, and all the rest, the high schools, all the high schools have proposals in for summer school. We allocate funds to them to run summer school.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so Attorney Mooney?
If I may, I was able to find this specific language so that you know exactly what I was recommending. The current agreements provide in both for classroom teachers and building leaders, the sentence, it talks about the expected hours, and then there's a sentence that says the parties agree, however, that additional hours, if necessary, shall be compensated, and then it refers to the rate. All I'm suggesting in terms of management oversight is that that sentence be amended to read, the parties agree, however, that additional hours, if necessary and approved by the appropriate supervisor in writing, because there could otherwise be a question, are these hours necessary or not? And so it's just tightening it up. I wanted to be very specific as the board votes on this to know what that change is.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you. Attorney Alexiadis?
Will we be making the corresponding change to the paraprofessional memorandum also?
Yes.
Okay, and then we're also, I think we're also talking about a technical correction of moving one of the summer camp descriptive line into a whereas clause instead of part of the agreement, but that's not, I don't think that's a substantive change. So we'll make that change too if these agreements are approved.
Okay, great, thank you. So I guess I'll entertain a motion to approve the pay differential for teachers and paras for the summer of 2021 only with the changes discussed.
Second.
Any discussion or questions? Okay, I thought I was entertaining the motion, but I guess I made the motion and it was properly seconded, so.
You did. That's how good you are.
Thank you. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson,
Yes.
Dr. Jackson has left, Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
Mr. Conway,
Yes.
and I am a yes, and so that motion passes. That was motion number 13. Okay, Dr. Tracy?
The last item is around Juneteenth. And I know the mayor and others have sent out something that came to us from their office around giving that day off for city unions, the city and union workers. So since we did not have that on our calendar by the board, approved calendar as a day off, I asked the board to, for those who are non-city union members and are working on our side, can we also do the same thing to give them that day off?
Dr. Joyner?
I think it's only fair. I think one of the things about this board is we're trying to really live out this notion of e pluribus unum, and we're trying to show that everybody in this city, no matter what, deserves to be respected. And I think it's a noble thing, and I think we should continue setting the trend for the country in all of our imperfections.
Thank you, Dr. Joyner. Mr. Goldson?
Who does this affect? What employees?
What was that, Mr. Goldson?
What employees does
It
this
would be like
affect?
us who are 12-month administrators. Administrators are 12-month administrators. So that would affect them. That's not a day off. They could take the day off as, you know, personal day or whatever, but that would affect them. And there's some other executive management that are 12 months and, right, am I correct? Yes, Keisha? Yes, yes, supervisors, all of those would be impacted, yeah.
So the part-timers are not on, so they won't get a paid holiday. Correct me if I'm wrong or not, the security, are they on during this
Yep.
time? Cafeteria workers, are they on?
They're in unions. Yes, they're already affected by what the mayor sent out. Yes, they're
So
union.
anyone who's not in the union is not, oh, so this only really affects the administrators who are,
Those who are non-unionized people
those who are non-unionized.
and administrators, non-unionized people. Let me clarify. People who are not in 8144, those unions that are on the city side. But it does impact people who are like administrators who are in SAA union. Teachers won't be impacted because they're already off. So those who are continuing 12-month workers and other members who may be working and are not in any union, like Lisa and others were executive management.
They are not affected by this, or they are affected by this?
They would have to get our permission, the board's permission, to take the time off.
So if we approve this, everybody gets the time off.
Yes.
All right. And do we have a calculus as to what this costs the district?
No. The city side is giving it paid for their people. Those union members are getting a paid day off. That was a gesture that was given to them by the mayor and the elders.
And this is the first year that that has occurred?
Yes. Right, Mayor, I'm answering for you. I'm sorry.
Correct. We announced this last year, but it was post the event.
Was this
It
approved?
may have been on the day. It may have been
Was
on
this
the
approved by the Board of Alders, or this was unilaterally done by the mayor's office?
We, President Walker Myers and I agreed upon it.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna vote for it, but I'm a little concerned that we don't have any financial numbers attached to it. We don't have any idea how much it costs. I normally don't vote for something like some sort of sense of what the cost is, because it's Juneteenth. I will lay those concerns aside to vote for this item tonight.
So I guess I'll entertain a motion to accept this Juneteenth on the school calendar. Is that?
Could I just remind the president, point of order? This item wasn't on the agenda for a vote. I'm not sure if we need to actually amend the agenda to do that. Because it's under the superintendent's report, but it doesn't say anything about a possible approval. So I would think just to make it official, because I've known many times when I've been told an item can't be voted on if it's not on the agenda to be voted on. So
No, that's true. Dr. Tracy, I didn't realize it wasn't under the items to be voted on, which are at the top of the agenda. Dr. Joyner, did you have a question or a comment? I saw your hand up.
I would second a motion if Mr. Golson would make it.
So we have to amend the agenda first.
Yes.
I move that we amend the agenda. I move that we amend the agenda to add this item as, to add the Juneteenth 2021 recommendation from the superintendent.
I second the motion.
Any discussion on amending the agenda to add the Juneteenth item?
Madam President,
Attorney Alexiadis? Am I getting in trouble now?
I don't want to complicate matters, but it's on the agenda. I think the amendment is to change it to to add possible action. I think that's the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Alexiadis. He's correct. I amend my agenda to add that language.
And I second that.
Okay, any
Why
discussion?
amend my motion,
Discussion?
not my agenda.
I got what you meant. Any discussion? Ms. Mason has a question. Ms. Mason?
I know what her question is.
She wants
Yes, thank you.
clarification.
Thank you, President Rivera. Can you please repeat that motion?
Yes, ma'am. I move to amend the agenda to add the I have moved to amend the agenda to add the superintendent's recommendation for Juneteenth 2021 for approval. Is that adequate, Mr. Alexianos?
Yes, I think, I should point out that for freedom of information purposes, just having the item listed is enough, but it's our practice as a board to identify which ones are expected to be voted on.
Yeah.
And so, listing that and just adding the words for, discussion and possible action is all you need.
Madam President, I would agree with Mr. Alexianos in his determination. I have suggested in the past that if it was on the agenda, it could be voted on. By our process, we have to have for discussion and approval. So that's why I'm making the recommendation.
Okay, and it's still seconded, Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion? Mayor Elicker?
Yes.
Dr. Joyner?
Yes.
Mr. Bolton?
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox?
Yes.
Dr. Jackson's not here. Mr. Conaway?
Yes.
And I am a yes, and so we've added that language to include Juneteenth as an item to vote on, and so I guess now we can give the
Vote on.
wording for the, well, we have to vote on it, right? So we need the, oh my God, it's late. I can't think anymore. The motion, we need the motion.
I'm getting a little peaked
I
myself.
move
The
that we,
motion to, yes, go ahead, Mr. Conaway.
I move that we make Juneteenth, I move that we make Juneteenth a holiday for the Board of Education, and that would be June 9th, 2021, and moving forward.
Thank you.
Second.
Madam President, point of order. I'm not quite sure I understood what date he was talking about. Did he say 9th or 19th?
19th.
It's actually the 18th, I think.
18th, it's
June
18th.
18th, then my bad.
Right. The 19th is the actual day it's observed, but the 18th is the day that they're getting off.
Okay.
Okay. Any discussion?
I assume that our recorder is going to ask us again what the heck we just did.
Hands raised?
Yes,
Hasn't
yes,
it?
yes, I was just about to. Thank you very much. Can I speak, Madam President?
Yes, ma'am.
This just for this year, or is it moving forward?
That was a question I was going to ask.
My motion was moving this year and moving forward. That was my motion.
Right.
Okay, any discussion?
So now,
Hold on, Dr. Tracy. We're gonna vote. Mr. Bolton?
Madam President, yeah, I was assuming this was just for this year. I've talked to other boards members of other cities, and I know that Hartford doesn't do this at the moment, but they did tell me that they were waiting for the city to move forward on it before the Board of Ed approved it. I don't know if there's any other Board of Eds in the state that do this. I don't mind setting precedent around this very important celebration, but I want to make sure that in the future we're not stepping on any contracts or agreements or anything else. So I'm not quite sure if I'm ready to vote for today through forever. I like to vote on it today and then get more information for the future so we have make a more informed decision if the maker of the motion doesn't mind.
I do mind, But for the sake of time, I will just take the last piece off and just make it for this year. But I do mind.
If you mind, I would not recommend that. We'll just move forward with your motion, sir.
So we're moving forward with your original motion, Mr. Conway.
Yes.
Dr. Joyner, you're still seconding.
Yes, I do.
Any further discussion?
So
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Tracy.
if we're moving forward, onward, which is the right thing to do, how would that impact the calendar we just passed? We just go back and make some changes to it with another vote on the calendar we just passed? The one we passed 2 weeks, or was it a month ago? It was
That's the one for next school year.
one,
right?
yeah, the one for next school year. I'm wondering how that would impact
We
it.
can just-
If
we
it,
can just
especially,
change it
it's
since we
especially,
voted.
if it, I'm not sure. I have to go back and look at the calendar. Ms. Hannans, when school ends next year, about the 17th too?
I don't know. Ms. Velasquez, I know, is the one who worked on it.
Madam President,
Mr. Wilcox,
point of order.
go ahead, Mr. Goldson.
I don't remember us passing a calendar yet. I know there was some discussion around making a change to that Italian Columbus Day, Indigenous Day thing, but I thought, I don't know if we had discussion around it, did we?
We passed the calendar, yeah.
When?
About a month
Was it
ago.
the last, yeah.
Oh. Did we change Indigenous Day on that, or did we add an Italian Heritage Day?
No, that conversation happened after we passed. the
Got it.
calendar.
Okay, that's what confused me. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, the last day of
Ms.
school next
Velasquez?
June 21st.
June 21st and Juneteenth would fall on a weekend again. So it
Okay, would be in a weekend. Okay, thank you.
the Friday or the Monday, a school day.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox?
I would suggest that, that maybe at the next meeting, if there are other implications that we need to deal with in terms of the calendar or cooperation with the teachers union or other groups that be presented to us at the next meeting. And then we can deal with it then. But I agree that we can go ahead and vote on this tonight, in my opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. Dr. Joyner?
And Madam Chair, in regard to that, I will also have something to say about Italian American heritage. And hopefully I'll send stuff to the board members between these meetings, and hopefully we can come to a win-win solution around that, because we didn't, I don't believe we put anything on the calendar about Italian heritage.
Yeah, we didn't. Okay, thank you, Dr. Joyner. Okay, seeing no discussion, we'll vote on adding Juneteenth to the school calendar as a holiday. Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson,
Yes.
Mr. Conway,
Yes.
Dr. Joyner,
Resoundingly yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
and I am a yes, and so that motion passes. Anything else for your report, Dr. Tracy?
No, I am done. I table those other items for next meeting. I'm going to report on the next meeting with other end of year updates. So that's it. Thank you
and
so much.
so-
Thank you so much, board. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna ask my committee chairs, if you have anything pressing in your reports, and then if not, maybe I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, depending on what you have.
Nothing pressing.
There's nothing pressing. Equity is just setting up a meeting with Dr. Tracy, and we'll do that offline.
Okay. Sounds good. So I
And
will.
Mr. Conaway, in the packet, there is something that Phil worked out before he left. Please take a look at that.
Will do.
Okay.
Thank you. Attorney Alexiadis?
You had an
I
executive.
know. We had an executive session, but that's gonna be another hour. And so I'm thinking we just leave it for the next one, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Anyone?
There's no executive session.
There's no what?
Did you say executive session?
Yeah, there was one at the end to discuss Dr. Tracy's evaluation, so we can come up with agreements on things and clarification from Attorney Mooney, but
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Joyner,
Yes.
Mr. Goldson,
Yes.
Jackson's gone, Mr. Conaway,
Yes.
Mr. Wilcox,
Yes.
and Mayor Elicker,
Yes.
and I am a yes. Good night, everyone.
Good night. God bless.